We are just in. I let the game settle down, I think. I went through a couple of crashes before joining, before starting the stream, and I think it's settled down, so hopefully that's the case. This WTTS Wasteland Tire Thieves transport just appeared, so I've made sure that these guys have a defensive block. I know they're only Gatlings, but I think we still go for propulsion. But that should give us better aiming? Want to be ready for these guys. Right, so we want to select subsystems. Be able to gain control. Or at least tell them who to shoot. Alright, they don't seem to be coming for me. I was hoping they wouldn't. I was working on the ship a little more. I've moved the stairs so that they're more or less in the way, I should say. So I think windmills are 2 blocks high. Oh, they're 3, okay. So we gotta leave 3 blocks for the turret, so we only really get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then the hinge, as far as that goes. Keeping an eye on those guys. I don't really want to go fight them yet. Want to do is harvest crops while I've got the chance. I was considering turning this airlock and gaining one more block here. So if I turn this and moved it to here, and then we brought ourselves down, even use this to get up in and out instead of the stairs. But I need to get us mobile. To get mobile, we need to have our our setup on. We need to have at least one set of turbines. Yeah, they don't seem to be doing well in this environ. Okay, there we go. And we're gonna lay this thing down a little bit. Not all the way, but just so that I get a better idea of what we're dealing with as far as possible lengths go. We only have 600 steel plate, and then we need to move on. Right, so then if we look at turbines, one there, then we're looking at one there, and our upper one. Yeah, they don't seem to be coming for me. Which is good, because I didn't want them to come for me. We need to get defenses on this rover, among other things. But first power, or power recoup, because we'll be using our batteries as we go. So this should lay all the way down now. Without blowing up. Of course, it probably kills our more than probably. It kills our ability to walk out of here and then climb down in, so we need to work that out. But if we raise them before we try to walk around on the platform, then we're fine. Upper limit is going to be 0. Lower limit is going to be minus, well, 86. Alright. So that gives us a little, yeah. And then we want hopefully that actually sets it down. Maybe we want to rebuild that one block up. Okay, so it's not going to lock down if we don't give it something to lock down onto. That's basically this block here. Yeah, they appear to be totally stuck. I'm pretty sure if I go up there, they'll just kill me, though. Okay, so that works. So now we need some sort of, what you might call a lock up. But that takes a curved. So normally yeah. And then we slap a mag plate on you. That being our up position. Moment we're going to turn auto lock off, but eventually we'll turn it on because that'll be part of the raising and lowering system.
Fuel low.
I wonder if I can make it.
Fuel critical.
Ah, damn it. Okay, well, that was unfortunate. We got to get down to the desert soon here and get our stuff together. And this thing needs to get plugged in and recharged. Only got 3 hours left. Right. Nice if that would actually lock all the way down. I haven't found a way to get it to raise any better than that. Yeah, they seem to be totally stuck. I don't really want to go after them. I do want to go after them, but I also don't. If that makes any sense. Even if it doesn't, for that matter. But we need to get our foods in here and have a look at 8 and 14. I'm talking about our seed stock here. Alright, that would get us up to 12. What I want is 16 seeds of each kind. So if I plant 2 mushrooms, that'll probably get us to the amount of mushrooms we want. All the grains, obviously. And then we'll just isn't over. But a lot further along than previously. We shouldn't be too far behind. I'm not sure when the last save was, but
Fuel critical.
oh. So not too far. Mostly talking at this point. Yeah, we even have that set up. Oh, we can put that in there. Okay, those have been cool. Right. As I was saying, we're going to plant the grains. We're going to plant those. We're going to plant 2 mushrooms. I'm not going to do any of that because we're going to crash again. Yay! So I have to go get my stuff back again. It's interesting because I played through the early crashes that I usually get when I start up playing the game until it stopped and it was solid, and then I started streaming.
Fuel critical.
Right. I'm going to save it here. So that, I'm going to save it here too. So that we're actually, we don't have to repeat that task again. Do things in a slightly different order. I do need to eat, so we'll eat that. Put the meat in. Save again because we ate, and now we'll get ourselves our seeds. 8. So I have 3. So are beam weapons on a vanilla thing? Because I've never seen them. Well, that sure looks like a beam weapon to me on the screen right now. Anyway, we'll get through this eventually. It seems like every time I start messing with the seeds is when I've been crashing. I'm just going to take a couple of these and I'm going to get out of that screen. Let's just make 10 of each. Save again. I'm just gonna keep ratcheting in the progress. Really shouldn't be crashing like this anymore. So that's 7, so we can just take one of these and grow like that. Just crash again. Actual hard crash this time. I guess, welcome to the Space Engineers Loading Screen Simulator. Back here. Alright, we're just gonna attempt to plant some things. fruit is especially long. Well, we got the stuff planted and locked in. So then, right. That works. So what do we got here? Infinite time, because yeah. But we got 2 batteries. And it appears that we're not using them. So we've got to figure out some way of bringing that thing along until we build out the real bit. But we got to get rid of these guys. We can cut ourselves down and head into some sort of flatter terrain, maybe desert type stuff. First, we've got to figure out where that is, but I suspect if we head maybe southish, we might find that. Might be a good idea to get this wheel on too.
Inventory full.
So my CPU is rolling at like 60%, 71 degrees. Shouldn't really be a problem here. would like the frame to be a little more together. We are going to drop this thing. Okay, well, for the moment, drop you. Turn the auto lock back on. What's the worst that could happen, right? Aside from a fall that far, I think we need to set our wheels up a little better to start. Like, make sure that the height offset is good, the strength is up into the 20s, decent friction, decent power. Right, so if we, that's a front. And where's the other front? And that's a front. So these are fronts. These guys get a 6% steering angle, the middle ones. And cockpit. Handbrake on and off. Handbrake on. Alright, so it shouldn't roll away on me. And it shouldn't break when I cut it off here. So here we go. And of course I couldn't get them cut down fast enough. So we did sustain some damage. Luckily, it wasn't too bad. Could have been worse. It'd be nice if my mouse worked properly, but everything's falling apart. plate though. Lower than I want to be. But we got a couple of these. Okay, so that much is nice. I should be able to hit the H2 gen from here too. Yep. Alright, we still don't actually have any way to carry this thing, but I think what I'm going to have to do is drive this to a flat spot and then come back for that. Or maybe we scout out a flat spot with the small one and then do that here. I like building in large grid more than I like building in small grid. For sure. Yeah, I think our best bet is to scout out a better location, especially if I can kind of set up a route here. Bring this thing along here somewhere. We need to figure out ooh, that was a bit of a jump. Yeah, we can come down here for sure. But then what do we do? Is this really the right way? I'm guessing maybe that transport is on the flatter ground. I had talked about last week how I hadn't seen a transport in a while. But we're gonna have fun getting this big boy over all this terrain and out. East doesn't help. It's either north or south. And south seems real steep. Like, I like driving small rovers like this, but as far as building goes, I definitely prefer large grid. Holy cow. Okay, we hit a big old canyon here, which is not good. I may have to delete those GPSs because I don't know if this is a good route after all. Now I could go down into the canyon probably along the same route towards the downspout thing that I had. called that I had set up to go get that one base down in the canyon, and maybe following the canyon along, we might find a way out of the canyon into something. So these guys are actually technically north of us, but finding the desert is important. I don't really want to attack these guys, but I also need to find the desert. Holy cow. Yeah, a lot of this is going to be pretty crazy. Okay, I think that in the distance over there might be deserty. But it's also east. I have, as far as like bases I attack, I often claim it and either turn it into a base or usually I'll cut it off the ground and drive away with it or fly away with it, put thrusters or wheels on it. That's actually one of my favorite things to do, turn buildings into vehicles. Which is why I try to usually set my turrets on like either weapons or propulsion. Try to avoid damaging really important stuff like power systems. We really got to figure out like where the desert is in relation to the rest of, in relation to where we're at. Because we could either be heading, whoa. We'd either be heading for the band of mountains or towards the equator. And there's really no way to tell that I know of. Except to drive there and find out. Of course, I brought one pack of food. Oh man, this is just insane. I don't see any end to this. Like, this is where I might be interested in putting Atmos on that thing and just flying it out of the hills. Because the driving of that rover through all of this to get anywhere is going to be insane. So we went 15 Ks southish and didn't really see much change. We still have a trader to go to somewhere. I must not have him up. I think he's on the other side of the planet though. Whoa. Yo. That's the result of an earthquake. That's plates sliding against one another. Somewhere along here will be a way to get there, I hope. I mean, honestly, this thing. It's good enough to drive right up that. But not if I can avoid it. But it's stuff like this that is really hard with the large grid rovers. You either high center on the edge, man. Should be able to. Should be able to lift myself up all the way. Just get it. But no. There we go. Right. And it looks like I've damaged both of my turrets to the point where they're unusable again. And I don't have any parts, so that's it for the turrets. Really? Really? Just a tree, huh? Okay, I have 11 steel plate. Alright. Well, that's annoying. I don't think we have anything of anything. And that's our 11 steel plate. Come on now. Let's see here, where else can we get steel plate? These guys are just about dead. Both of them. I guess it's just more of this. Oh, you're actually holding up all of that. Okay. Alright, so that should give us enough batteries to So south seems kind of like a no-go here. full this time, we should be able to go pretty much right up a flat cliff. Oh, there's only one 1K that way. That still doesn't really help, because we look at what appears to be north. I mean, if we're lucky, maybe we go that way and we go around like we went when we drove to the barracks last time. I may have made a kind of a tactical error here, building in this spot that I did. Because big rovers are not as good at traversing rough territory like this. We still got to think about even just a temporary mount. But not something that's going to be all crazy bouncy like. I mean, I could just slap a connector on here and pick this thing up with a piston, but I'm not 100% sure that's exactly safe. But we can try it. Where are you? Are you a battery? Yeah, you are. Okay. Or maybe even just a mag plate. A mag plate might be safer. That's a little bit high. Might be able to get that thing parked under there. I think this is going to be long and painful as we wander the hills. You're going to come to a stop. Yep, just a little bit forward. Yep, that's the current plan anyway. Ooh. There we go. Wait, what did I... Okay. That's why I don't usually like leaving things in production queues. With that. All right. I guess we're going to try for the downspout and see if that canyon doesn't lead us somewhere. We're going to hope that we have enough lift to not bang this small grid rover on the ground and blow it up, since it's kind of our backup plan. Now, large grids don't tend to feel every bump in the road, you know, like, but they do have a lot more trouble on inclines and where's the we apparently have 4 hours of this driving, assuming we don't try to. What was that, man? Okay, now there's no tree there. Alright. I don't know what we're hitting. There's no tree. Pretty sure at some point I'm going to bottom out and destroy that small grid rover. But in the meantime, we are moving. So yeah, if we head for that downspout, we might just make something. Right, 18 minutes at this output. We may have to stop and put up okay. I see what's going on there. Now that's going to bite me in the ass. In about an hour when I forget I've done that and I detach it and try to drive away. Yeah, pretty sure I really chose the wrong terrain to build a large grid rover in. But at this point, I'm pretty committed. A lot of my stuff belongs in here. And I really do want to travel off to flatter country, but I'm also really not sure how I'm going to get maybe I get down there. Okay, we can probably roll right down here. Of course, getting over there is going to be fun, but at least we have this little bit. Right here, mushrooms. Alright, so it really is just like straight down this thing in front of us. Or maybe off to the left a little bit first. Yeah, the big problem with large grid rovers really is bottoming out. And you can't avoid certain kinds of bottoming outs, no matter what you do. Because you have to mount the wheel somewhere. I don't know what that red was. That did not go fast enough to tell me anything. I think it might have been low power. Yep, ship fuel. No way we're getting this thing over to the barracks. That's just not happening. But much more likely we make it to the downspout. But I gotta get more H2. And go out scouting again. We'll kill our GPSs. And we can kill Homish. That's no longer Homish. Alright, so we roll down here. Make a sharp left right there. We might be able to get over that and roll through here. That's a no-go. We might be able to come down this actually. And turn onto this. Yeah, I think we'll do that. I'm going to preemptively carve these trees. Need to find our way not into that. So that's one. We need to stay along this path here. But we're going to have to come right along here though. But there's no maybes, because we're going to have to go up that. It's going to just have to be like along here. This is the kind of planning it takes. To drive these things through this kind of stuff. It's even better when you have a person ahead of you. Okay, but I had said I was going to actually go that way, but I think this is fine. Oh, you know what? I think I still have some of these batteries set to recharge. Huh. Yep. Ha! That's a little better. We were running off, what do you call it? Tiny little bit of uranium that I had looted from somewhere. Three was a right turn up that channel, if I recall correctly. Where we try to climb this hill. With no GPS, or no GPS, no gyro. Alright, I think... Don't give me that. It can't be out of steel tubes. Oh, that's because of that. Alright. Right, we are low on stuff, which is why we were trying to move. But... we should probably eat another dumpling or something. Hopefully I'm not blowing my greens completely. Make sure I don't ruin myself there. We'll eat that. So, right, we need iron-based stuff, and I think I have a lot of interior plate. So... Give me that. Yeah, I got 2K on both of these, so why don't we just eat a K of each. We also need a landing gear because we need to lock ourselves down to the ground in order to get more power at some point. Alright, see, that's kind of the issue. We need 7 ingots for a steel plate. Which means that this probably doesn't even do it. And we still need a landing gear. Yeah. At least we have a working gyroscope, even if it's not completely welded up. Alright, so we're going to go up over this. And then what are we going to do? Talk to is there a better way? Should I be going down along this, or is this just gonna end in piers? Yeah, then we hit this wall here, unless we go around. Okay, maybe we go. Maybe we back up a bit and we come through here. Now the daytime might be nicer for this, but do that. Can't stay in this. We have to get up there. Ouch. Because we have to go kind of through all this to get to this saddle, I think. Although that's the veg area, and this is the saddle. So maybe we need to stay down in all of this. As wonky and scary as it is. Although this seems nice. But that doesn't seem nice. And we're having trouble getting up the hill, so maybe along here. But I think down is better. Now I have done similar in what you might call real 4x4ing. Would be a lot easier in daytime, but you know, you can't just play for daytime. Kind of have to play through all of them. Anything? It doesn't look like it. If we did, it probably wasn't that important, right? Alright, so now we have to go off to the right here. Without getting bogged down in that trench. That kind of saddle area over there. Sometimes you really just gotta power through and hope you don't break anything important. really want to be over there by that veg area marker right there. But seeing how to get there is a different story. Because that's steep. That's steeper than I want it to be. So we could kind of go up this and all the way around. To like this maybe? But even that's kind of sketchy. I think we have to go yeah, we don't want to go up that. We might have to attempt to go down this. Yep. Basically right down that little thing right here. Oh, I see we did, yeah. Okay, I see what we broke and we need to go fix it before it becomes an actual serious problem. So whatever we need to do to get steel plate. Although, yeah, alright. That'll work. Yeah, we touched down back here. And walked out that stuff. Which if we did the same for this, we'd be in serious trouble. Okay, explain to me why this one won't build, but that one built all the way. Anyway. Alright, what do we got that's strong? Still got 1,000 comps. Comps. Yeah, let's disassemble all of those and all of those. Or maybe not all of them, but a lot of them. And we'll toss off another 1,000 interior plates. Get this stuff a little safer if we can. Broke. As good as we're going to get right now. I don't know if I've passed that one spot yet, or whether that's what's coming up on me right now, but there is this crazy groove we need to negotiate somehow. I suspect it will be to go this way. What tree did we hit now? Where are we hitting? Or I could be wrong, maybe we need to go the other way. Alright, so this is the groove I'm talking about. Maybe this right here is the answer. I mean, that's kind of as shallow as it gets. Unless we go all the way down to here. Yeah, maybe. It's either right there or it's over there. I think we can get back if we need to, so if that turns out to not be viable, if we take the downspout into the canyon, there's usually another way out of the canyon eventually. Hello, Skylar. How's it going? Oh, I do hope that, yes, there is actually a way out of the canyon. But having built a giant rover in a canyon in Scrapyard, I did find a way out. Sciopio Invicta, thank you for follow. Not sure if I pronounced that right, but I'll never get them right. Never get them all right. Oh God, we're going down this whether we want to or not. So let's try to just make it better. What's funny is the what do you call them? The terrain is always like on such a different scale when you're in a small grid rover. Versus a large grid. Alright, figure out where I'm at in my own ship. Get back in because we forgot to set the parking brake. And I might as well just keep using that instead. Alright, so we are getting closer to the downspout, but what I remember as nice, smooth, easily rolling terrain in the small grid rover does not feel like such in the large grid. So right, this is the downspout into the canyon that way. Canyon kind of ends in that direction. But our other option is to cross and go... No. I think we take this side over here. If we can find our vehicle again. Oh, it's right. Is it right below us? No. Okay, I've lost it. Antenna. There it is. Jeez. So yeah, I think we gotta go straight down there and around that corner. Or down this, but I think we do that. That seems more direct and would be perfect for the small grid rover, but not for this guy. And we use a bit of speed. We don't have to really worry about the trees. Not too much speed. There's still something there that never got deleted. Maybe we can get the rest of the materials out of it. I thought sure if I deleted the battery, well if I ground the battery down, that would go away. Well, this thing built probably half this rover.
Inventory full.
Let's get our frame continued to be built. I will feel better if we have like a complete frame.
Inventory
okay, I'll pick
full.
up all them detector components since they're still here. I guess we can at least wipe them. And at least decompile them or whatever.
Inventory full.
Oh,
Fuel low.
uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, well, luckily, I think
Fuel
I can
critical.
probably get... Or maybe not. There's some way that I can get into this stuff. Dang it. Alright, here we go. Fill me up. There we go. Alright.
Inventory full.
Man, this thing is trying to kill me. We still need that landing gear though. So let's make sure we have that. Alright, is that going to be good? I'm a little sketched about having it so low, because I have already nearly broken stuff off. I guess that's not any lower than that guy. No, that's too low. Although at the same time, it's not like it's going to be... it's not like I'm going to be able to touch it down if I put it any higher. So if I were to temporarily put it right here, that's as low as anywhere else. So I might as well put it right there and call it good. And hope that it doesn't cause us problems. But auto lock off. We're talking 50 steel plate.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
I don't think I have much steel plate left. Nope. Well, I guess that's the whole thing. There was something. Oh, that was like a mushroom plant or something. Yep, that's it for the steel plate. Now, if we can catch one of those defunct settlements from that one mod, that would be good. Hello, Keykeeper. How are you? It's not time yet. You're talking at least a half an hour. Not enough wheels on the ground. All right, so what if we just hit it like pretty hard? That's what your your gyro is for. Come on, just stay front and down. Thank you. try to pop out. Right there. Or we could continue around and see what's over there. That looks tough. That at speed and hope. Which one though? Up the channel with this. Or not. Alright, well, we're gonna need power. Hey. Thanks. Thanks, Skylar. And welcome back. I thought I closed my wheels. Right. Thanks for the follow. Yeah. Decrease and increase. Alright, so go for, hopefully we don't bottom out the little rover before we nope, that's as far down as we can go, which is unfortunate because we need to be able to lock. There we go. Oh man, don't give me that. Alright, I need a landing gear. Proxy and go until we touch. There we go. Now that we're locked down, hinge should be raising. We will collect some energy while we work on our propulsion issue. Which basically we're gonna just jam a couple of, oops, not enough. Try that again. And jam a couple of thrusters up in here. Should fit right there, right? Right. Except we need steel plate. And we don't have any steel plate, so we need to do some production disassembling. We'll tear down another 1,000 of them, I guess. Although we will want some, so maybe not 1,000, but man. Okay. Let's put you right. Sure, right there. I'm gonna figure out how to get 2 of these. Might be good to throw down some wolf meat. Oh, a little too far. This game is really fun to play. I've got like 1,600 hours in it or more at this point. It's got a bit of a learning curve. I will give you that. The game physics aren't exactly like real physics in a lot of cases. Wait, why did... Oh, because it never locked down, so I never got... Right. It's quite fun, and there are a billion different ways to play. And admittedly, this playthrough I've restricted myself to no mining. So, and rovers, mainly rovers only, so it's not as simple as it might be. If I had mining, I could just mine some stone and have all the steel plate I wanted. But because I'm trying not to mine, I'm encountering all kinds of interesting issues. I think we ought to slap a timer block right there. Right. So probably need steel plate. Yep. Maybe if we're lucky, we'll get 2 of them. So there's all kinds of ways to do things, and not all of them are obvious, of course. But it really is about creativity and figuring out. Oh, come on. Silly things like why I can't finish this timer block. Because everything's in the way. Okay, well, I guess we're losing the light panel so that I can see the timer block. I do play other games, but I'm really I tend to hardcore focus on a game until I've extracted all the enjoyment from it that I can get. I tend to obsess and play a game for a couple of months at a time, and then I'll go on to another game and I'll end up back on this game again later. But I like 7 Days to Die, Imperium Galactic Survival, Star Citizen, possibly even some No Man's Sky. Trying to think. Raft. Sometimes I enjoy a bit of Raft. Yeah. But at the moment, Last Oasis is also fun. Although I haven't played that in ages. I should probably check in on that and see how their PvE servers are. I think they provided PvE servers. Right, so what I was going to do was, I have 3 mag plates, and one of them is not the one I want to talk about. Because, okay. So that's the up mag plate. That's the mini rover, and that's tower down. Okay, so now we can set our timer blocks. We'll call this one tower down block, and this one tower up. So tower down means to unlock, no delay. Tower down needs to unlock that mag plate. Hinge, we will set velocity to -1. And that's basically that. Oh no, we want to turn off. Oh, we need to group our turbines though. tower down, we need to turn off our turbines. Alright, so then if we trigger this now, it unlocks that plate. We need to make sure these guys are auto lock on now. Right, and that locks it down. So then we get our other tower up lock. No delay. Tower up, no, our tower down mag plate gets unlocked. Our hinge gets a velocity of 1. And our turbines get turned on. And that should work now. Right. I have never played Visage. I don't believe I've ever even heard of it. Alright, but now we have a little bit of thrust. Tower up, trigger, tower down, trigger. So we should be able to set the tower down. I guess we need to unlock. No, I have that on there already. Turn our handbrake on. Unlock that. Raise ourselves up. So we're at -1 meter, and try to assault this hill again. This time with a little thrush. Oh, okay. Yeah, probably not. Really along my line of games. 7 Days to Die is about as horror as I get. We're either going to start seeing big snow-capped mountains or a nice, happy, flat desert place. And then we'll know without a doubt whether south was the right way to go. Maybe we won't see any of that. Okay, SBRT salvage yard. Not exactly what I was hoping for. Okay, but that looks promising over there. We just gotta figure out how to get down to it. So if we go along this, could possibly follow this channel. Keep an eye on my bottles until we hit this clip, and then we probably probably roll down and are in serious trouble. Told me I lost my antenna already. Oh, I do believe I have lost power in this thing. Yep, this thing has no power. That's not good. Thank you, Skylar. Scorpio, my friction and power are almost up to the top already, so the only next thing to do is start adding thrusters or more wheels, which I don't have the gear to do. I might be able to hydroman that salvage yard, but how I would get up to it is another question. I think going along here and finding a downspout into that canyon over there is the way to go. Definitely not that way. I mean, actually, I haven't checked it. Actually, this would take us around to that. We might even be able to get there. Yeah, I could probably build like a refinery bridge or something, but I try to avoid doing that. I would rather figure my way out around things than mess around with bridges. So we could probably get around to that salvage yard, but they're going to start sending drones at me, I know it. And so for that, I'm going to need some defenses, or I'm going to need to hydroman my way there, or figure out how to repower up the little rover, which I'm pretty sure is out of battery. Yep. And we're out of uranium. We only had a little bit, and we spent it. So maybe we skip that one. Because if they start sending drones, I'm in trouble. And I have perpetually perturbed pirates mod on this, so there's no making friends with the pirates. Yeah, probably should have done that. We'll figure that out at some point. Let me check. On this before we totally give up on it. That's actually not a terrible down spout right there. We go to here. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's doable. That's even more doable than over there. I was relying on the small grid antenna for me to remember where this thing is. Oh, more fruit. So maybe I need to actually put a beacon on this thing. Not inside though. Just up under here somewhere. I'm going to cover up that port because it's the wrong port. I'm skeptical that I have enough iron for any of this. Yeah, sorry Skylar, I'm what they call BAF, broke as fuck. I'd be happy to program something for you. That's what I do, but I do not have money to be spending on that kind of stuff. Oh. But now I understand that I'm interacting with a bot. Which is sad. It's a rather well done bot, actually. All right, on. That's the famous bot test. Say potato. Right. We need to ditch more metal so that we can make more tubes so we can get that beacon made. But just enough to make the tubes because the beacon You're the one who's advertising on my stream chat. So there we go. Okay. I believe you're not a bot. Where? Down there. Right. Okay, we have a beacon. 20K sounds good. Yeah, once we've got something we can assault. Although I really am pushing it here. What with Wasteland Tire Thieves. I really am pushing it with the Tire Thieves and not having any defense. So hopefully they don't really come wreck me up with their autocannon turrets and all of the other whatnots that they tend to roll with. I mean, this isn't actually my first drop on this. Oh, I must have deleted those. Huh. Well, I was... FCMG station is... Yeah, I was down there about probably 10 kilometers from that station the first time I dropped on this playthrough. And then I lost everything to the Tire Thieves and had to drop again, and I ended up in this neck of the woods. Of course, I get close enough to that salvage yard, they're going to send drones after me anyway. Problem is, I don't really have the parts to make any defenses. So this is going to be fun, because we're got to commit. Like right here. Here is our commit. I think. I doubt I can back up this hill. It's not terrible. Not terrible. Okay, so it's the Wasteland Tire Thieves. The pirates are never your friends. Build info, block picker, build vision. Let's see. Various other ones. Nothing like major modded, like mechanical control or control mechanics, I think it's called. It's less modded than I often play, but there's a lot of basic, like the color HUD and color icons. You know, like that sort of thing. So then, abandoned settlements is a mod, is a MES wreckage and ruins. I might have added the derelicts reworked as well. I can't remember whether I did that in this one or not. don't need those thrusters taking up power. But I want to have them when I want to have them. Alright, this is desert. This is where I wanted to be. Like I said, I don't have any money and it ain't gonna happen. So he's barking up the wrong tree. As far as the game goes, I need to think about I need to think about defenses. Even if it's just a single, like, gat turret or something. I wish I had thunk in here. Yeah, I have a little bit of ammo, and one of my last conquests provided me with a bunch of mag. So I can make more ammo. I just am really, really short on iron. As you saw, I have to break down other components to get the iron. Just to make anything at this point. I'm not even completely welded up on my frame even. But I know now I could maybe grind down the turrets on my small rover. I was planning on building a different small rover once the carrier aspect of this thing is built. I'm going to have a drop down. That whole open middle area is going to be a drop down like deck for rovers to park. I can probably fit 2 or looks like maybe even 4 rovers for different purposes. What I'm hoping for is one of those abandoned settlements. They should show up more frequently out here. And I don't think the one that I have GPS is anywhere, or the 2 that I have GPS are anywhere. I'm never coming back to these spots. So I I can actually remove all of these. Thanks. Oh, MNTZ10 is right over there. Okay. And the Wilson mine is up high though. But MNTZ10 might be one. I like having various types of abandoned settlements and distress signals and stuff to go play with. Hydro man in with my grinder and take out any turrets. Or standoff, depending on what part of the game I've made it to. Standoff with assault cannons or artillery and blow the turrets out that way. So Wilson Mine is not something I'm going to be doing, so I can actually kill that one. MNTZ10 will be an abandoned settlement that I might be able to do, assuming I can get around. Holy cow. Gotta watch out for the rocks. I don't think going over this hill is a good way to go. I think staying down in the gorge is probably the better option. Get around to that. Yeah, most of the encounter mods I use are MES based. About the survival games. That's really, like I said, I play 7 Days to Die and Imperium Galactic Survival and all that. I have a special place in my heart for Star Citizen, but like I said, I go a couple of months on one game, a couple of months on another game. Usually related to updates in those games. Yeah, I guess No Man's Sky has a building system that's similar to Starfield. You can basically tack various modules together in various ways. Starfield's another one I quite like. And they have an update from last year that I was trying to play through, and then I just got overwhelmed. I was trying to do a Farming Simulator 25 series on YouTube. Oops, I need some meat. so glad to be out of that hilly area. I mean, that was fun to drive around with in my small Rover, but it's just tough. Oh, I was doing Farming Simulator 25. I did a 3 or 4 YouTube video series, and so I was at one point making 2 FS25 videos and a Starfield video every day, and it just wasn't long-term viable. And unfortunately, I was really trying hard on the farming sim stuff, so I let Starfield fall by the wayside. But I might stream some Starfield here at some point. I think I'm done making videos. I'm not very good at editing, and I'd rather just play anyway. So I'd rather just play the game, and I think streaming makes that possible. I'm going fast, 60 meters a second. And that's without the helper thrust. Maybe if I tear down that small grid rover entirely, as I said, I was planning on building a new one anyway, I might have enough stuff to throw down a couple of turrets on this thing. What is making that puff? Not happy. Now these abandoned settlements tend to sometimes have turrets and sometimes not. So it's always good to park a ways off and hydro over. I've never had one spawn drones on me though, so I'm not too worried about that. I'd say we're well into the equator now, the desert band, so we can start doing easterly, westerly type things instead of northerly, southerly type things, and kind of stick with it. Head that direction next. But this is as close as I want to be for the moment. And let's go see whether they're going to shoot at me or not. Like maybe not. A broken one. Oh, okay. Ha! I've been here. Huh. I've already... I'm gonna get the rest of that steel though. They'll keep spawning as you move. I just need to get... Yeah, they keep spawning. It's kind of travel distance based. Given how badly we need the iron. Taking all of this stuff is basically necessary. pretty much the whole shebang.
Inventory full.
Alright, let's think about this just real quick like. Not really anywhere. I guess I could come out of there. And maybe put something right here. Oh, see, I'd already... set conveyor there. We throw conveyor here, which find a nice happy little access point. Well, it's going to have to fly. I'd rather not block my windows, but I'm going to have to. I think maybe one more? Yeah.
Energy low.
Oh yeah. Well, we ought to do the whole thing. Did I drive away, or is there is something over there? I don't think I drove away. Where was that? Was that over there? No. I think I'm gonna need to put the turret on. Oh God, I did it. I said I was going to do it, and I did it. Ha! Isn't that great? I knew it was going to happen. Because I just kind of know me. The rover kept touching down when I was driving through the hills, so I set its tire friction to 0. I do suspect that this thing is not going to fit, though. Or at least not at 0. It's not all squatted down like this. Probably have like 3 minutes. 9. Wow. Yep. Not gonna work like that. Are you guys shooting at? Wolves, right?
Fuel low.
Oh. There we go.
Fuel
I made it.
critical.
Oh, come on. Alright, there we go. Alright, what can I make? Garden slaw? Red pellets. And a chili. Alright. See, maybe just 1 meter, 1.2. Oh, that is a little crushy, but not terrible. and we still end up basically at the same level as that. And now we can set our tires friction back to 0. Maybe actually pay attention to where that thing is. Oh no, we're gonna go actually do some work here. Right, so probably just GATs. We gotta pipe all the way over from that refinery because this piping is not going to be viable because of this order. Came all the way out, yep. Pretty sure I went up 3. Yep, alright. Right on, Triple D. Have a good night. Those guys will shoot my main ship and screw me over, so they're not allowed to fire. Well, for some reason that's incomplete. But you get 800, no meteors. Sure on rockets. Yep, neutrals. Yeah, I think it's either propulsion or weapons. GATs are great for drone control. Okay, whatever that thing is, 1.3 K out. It's like that way. Ah, it's one of them. Now give me a place to control it. Yep, it's mine now. And no, not rolling that. Why are you still rolling?
Health low. Your health is critical.
Yeah, I don't know why. Oh, my radiation exposure. What? I'm confused. I think maybe that thing. I don't know where it's going. Alright, so I'm pretty sure this thing has a radiation leak of some sort. Yep, 2 bad reactors. And that's why I was dying. Because I'm driving around with 2 bad reactors, which we need to locate. Well, that's nice. But I still need the reactors. Yep, 2 bad reactors. Can I have a smaller reactor? That's alright. Okay, I can't make reactor comps. So I might as well just put it all back and grind them out. Where'd it go? That one is a good reactor, so we should be able to drive this thing over. But it's alright, so now I'm just going to tear this thing down because it's not the kind of rover I like to make. I'm going to do it close to my box. We have uranium again. Actually, we probably have reactor comps. So where did I put that second one? There he is. Oh, well, I guess 16 is a lot different than 100.
Inventory full.
That was actually quite a bit of uranium.
Energy low.
You know what this thing needs? Maybe right there. Yeah. Look right there.
Energy low. The amount of grinding you have to do for one steel plate on small grid kind of annoys me. But at this moment I need every little bit I can get.
my ability to walk around this thing off. So let's get really. Oh, well, I guess that makes sense. So it was that, that, that. Right on. You have a good night too. Thanks for watching. And thanks for the follow. Alright, so now I can walk around this thing. Let's just grab all the plates. Easy come, easy go.
Fuel low.
Probably should have put railings on these, but that's alright. I could come out probably 2 and make some like standing spots out here, but I don't really necessarily need to.
Fuel critical.
Alright, well, M&T Z10 is gone. The only station we know about is on the opposite side of the planet, so I guess that's what we're going to head for until we find something else interesting. Uh, 7 is down. Did that lock down? It did. Okay, so that worked. We kind of... want to get some plating on the underside. Check that. Protect the speed modules and the cargo box and whatnot. But that'll all come. Got a little bit of or did I not finish that? I feel like I didn't finish that that thing because it's not spinning. Did finish that one. Must be that.
to get the other turbine tower built, and I need to get the rover platform together, and maybe even possibly some sort of grinder array. More with which to grow crops, which is probably about two or three cycles. Probably be a good idea to get ourselves lined up. And maybe not just let it drive. Just all vegetables. Why not? Did I screw myself or what? No, I've got green seeds. Cool. But I think we need more fruit seeds. Oh no, we're good on fruit seeds for now. relay post. Alright, I know that one. They will send drones. But if I park far enough out, don't really need to worry about it. This is by no means far enough out, but hopefully they don't send drones unprovoked. We do need to go that way, so I'm just going to have to take them on all hydro. Oh, they're sending drones. Great. Holy crap. Well. Right. Sorry. I'm going to save scum this one. If it had just been one arm and a couple of wheels or something, but the box and the refinery and everything else just can't take it. So Saves coming it is. And instead of running, I'm gonna have to go attack these guys. I'm gonna have to make more bottles though. How much is a bottle? 26 ingots. That's like 50 of those. All right.
Inventory full.
Oh.
Inventory
No,
full.
okay.
Inventory full. 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 Inventory full.
All right. What else? That needs to go.
Inventory full. 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 Inventory full.
All right, now we go back up and fix Q. Now, instead of locking down the entire ship, I think I could put a piston on the tower and put a mag plate on it and lock that down, which would actually be a lot more functional in terms of not having to lower the entire ship and have a low center of gravity, not gravity, but what I could do is get my tools back
Inventory full.
This one appears to be a no-tailed shiv.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Energy low. Inventory full. Energy low. Inventory full.
Yep.
Inventory full.
Antenna is the bane of my scrapping life.
Inventory full. 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 Inventory full.
You know what might work better for me is if I disassemble everything and then build what I need rather than trying to maintain a stock of
Inventory
components.
full. Energy low. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
Ooh.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Energy low. Inventory full. 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 Energy low. Inventory full. Inventory full. Fuel low. Fuel critical.
Or which connector it is. put one there. Use that. I think go in this direction. We're gonna need a connection. We're probably gonna want it the other way though. Of course, we're actually gonna need to do the same thing on this side, but we're gonna put we gotta get a connection going here. Where do we get our connection from? Maybe we get it from right there. Alright, so then we gotta think about, I think it's gonna be the double hinge.
Inventory full.
Guess I can't turn them off. Gotta run them both together. So maximum, let's go 5 meters for now. See where that gets us.
Energy low.
Maybe 6.2. to be just fine. But now we have a little bit of an issue. Which is, how do we get we reconcile this with that while allowing, well, I guess we don't need to allow transfer because it doesn't matter. One is ready to lock, that one. I have 6K steel plate. So what I was talking about was if I just straight up moved everything okay, except it's not gonna take that right. Basically just disassembled all the parts and all of the other random crap that I don't want. Then when I need to build something, I can just create it. Rather than trying to figure out on the fly what bits I have. finish off my these are not craftable, so I guess they're not disassemblable either. Much simpler to look at. keep the steel plate. We always need steel plate. Alright, that's connected to there, and that's connected to there. So if I pull this one out, all is well. undid it. And got myself stuck.
Energy low.
Oh, except I can't have both there, unfortunately. We gotta get,
Energy critical.
we need something else there. There we go. Now we can use that. Now we can get
No energy.
just not quite enough time to get it placed. Oh well. Close. Super close. That'll be enough. You can grab the rest off. Hey, Dave. How long have you been on? Alright, so then, is it halves? We just throw a couple halves right here. One, two. Air vents. I mean heat vents. So what's funny is I just went and did a whole bunch of work disassembling everything so that I wouldn't have to fight to find my stuff. I would just know that I could make it, and then I started doing a bunch of stuff that required a bunch of stuff that I had just disassembled. But I'm still happy to have disassembled it, and I'm going to actually finish that process now. So all of this stuff goes up in here. Oh right, except you have to be in disassembly mode if you want it to keep the stuff. I'm leaving the comps and the steel plate for now. We tend to always need those. So, yeah. We have made progress on the thing, as I imagine you expected we would. So close. Ooh. Except, you belong down there. What's that? All clean. Right. That's looking amazing. We can't put stuff into production. Is that all of them? I think that might be all of them. Nice. Right. Yep, current incarnation all welded up. But we have one more thing to try. We gotta lose you though. I guess I actually owe that as well. So instead of this method, I'm picturing one where where the tower locks to the ground instead of the rover. And we need a piston. Alright. Oh, that was not a piston. That's a piston. But, then we come out one, and we put the piston on it there. Now is that piston going to be enough, or do I need two pistons? I think maybe if I use a landing gear, I won't need two pistons. I don't know if this is going to work or not, but I thought I'd give it a shot. Whoa. What are you doing there? Alright, so it's one on top, one on this side, and one on that side. Except, okay.
Fuel
Oh, I get it.
low.
Whoa.
Fuel critical.
Boom. Okay. If this works, we'll change it over. If it doesn't, we'll lay down the regular way we've been doing it. Actually, what we want is like almost no impulse at all. Because we don't want it to pick it up. Just want it to hit. It shouldn't be able to pick up the ship. There, stuff's back. And the answer is no. You don't work, man. Well, that's a bummer. That would have been so much more elegant.
Inventory full.
one of these works. And on that one? Yeah, I think it is. It actually works with landing gear, but the ship itself has to be landing gear down without a block. So here, if we go in here and we go until we can see it. Then everybody begins to work except for the ones that I have turned off, because I already have timer blocks for this stuff. I need to add turbines. Let's see, tower turbines. I gotta get the other 3 saved on that group. And then we gotta okay. So that works just fine with the ship landing gear down. I was trying to avoid landing gearing the ship down, but by locking the towers themselves to the ground, but for whatever reason that didn't work. But this works, and this is fine. I just need to get all my plates. So that's going to be tower up. And that's going to be tower down. And these are both going to get the BGU prefix. But now we need groups. And the turbines are already on there, so hinges. Alright, obviously this is a BGU hinge. I don't know why I'm making that. Okay, however, we've got, okay, so those 2 hinges are truck connector hinges. So yeah, these are truck connector hinges. So these are tower hinges. And we might as well give them that. So then we look at tower now. Got a bunch of tower stuff. Right. So tower down automation needs to, I don't know why we have that in there. Actually, all of these get removed. So our tower up mag plates get told to unlock. Our tower turbines get told to shut off. And our tower hinges get set to -1. And that is our tower down automation timer. So then if we trigger now, they both go down. And they should also be spinning down. Yes. Okay, cool. So then the opposite of that is to set our tower up mag plates to unlock. Our hinges get a +1 velocity and our turbines get turned on. And we're golden. I have not used the stackable turbines mod. Cleaner in what way? Relay tower, that pirate relay base really helped complete this thing. I feel like this back could use a bit of something. I'm not sure I want that. Let's see here. That would look pretty cool. But it's just a little too high. Damn. sucks that it's just a little bit. I mean, it's nearly perfect right there, but on these ones it looks a little weird. What else we got? Maybe we have some shelves, kind of. And that's not bad. Breaks up some of the monotony anyway. Doesn't even need to be welded up. But that doesn't work. That kind of works though. I mean, does it look even better if they're welded? Yeah, I think it kind of does. How about these? No difference. What I need is one that's like twice as long as these. Rather than just the tip. That would work too.
Fuel low.
Dang it.
Fuel critical.
We're going to need to find some more ice soon. How are we doing on seeds anyway? I think we need, we'll do 3 grains. No, I think we'll do all the grains and the rest in. Roots. Alright, so we'll need some grain seeds to come out of what we're making. I don't remember how many. 25. And more if I want to go collect it. Right. So chili, 3 veg and 1 fruit. That's not bad. We're just short on grain on this stuff, so we need to up our grain stocks for sure. And how are we doing on vegetable seeds? 10, okay. And then the final bit. Yeah, we need to find some more ice. Let's get an ore detector going on this thing. Wow, that was a pitiful. Right. Yeah, right there. I'm only allowed to, oh right, I turned mine off thinking it was interfering. So I'm gonna go put my mod back on so I can actually find ice. The only thing I'm allowed to mine is ice. Oh, except that it doesn't help if you just automatically press go. So they just all stack together in one block, like one turbine, but 10 of them or something? Or are they, I'll have to look at the mod. Which means we have to load the game again and then get out of it again. And try to remember not to press load automatically. We don't need to save again, we were just in there. Load game, that one, edit settings, mods, get my ore detectors enhanced mod back in there. And then assume it's this one you're talking about. Hmm. Well, I'll install it and we'll see whether I like it or not. Now I wonder if I should put the evaporators on. Between that Tire Thieves rover I found and the and that last base I took out, I got quite a bit of uranium out of that stuff. So I should have yeah, there we go. And plants. Well, I'm not seeing any ore, which is interesting. Are they a special turbine? Apparently, yes. All right. So however, now when I lay them down, they're going to go well past. That one goes to there. So I'd have to lower the right. So I'll also have to change the location of the lockdown probably.
Inventory full.
like 3 like that. I may have to go higher or lower. Now, is it 20 blocks or 20 meters? That's the real question. We get 3 like that. Well, wind without anything sticking out the sides was the advertised advantage. We look at MA, then we have a lantern, which might be cool.
Inventory full.
It doesn't actually change how many I can put on here, which is fine, because there was a limitation for height because of how I'm laying them back. I don't know if the my butt. Okay, there we go. Of course, if I thought ahead, I would have added those other ones to the group. So that the group wouldn't disappear. But now the group will have disappeared. I just wish I could find a wish I could find something that actually kept them fully upright. All right. All right. the question is, will they lock to the plate? And the answer is no. Well, am I going to have to put the mag plate down here? Or yeah, I think that's what we'll have to do. So let's get tower down mag plates. Wait, why are the tower up mag plates part of that? Let's also make those red and big and not that intense. Alright, so then we can move this one. There. And we preserve the group, so I don't need to change the I should add the lanterns. Alright, they did lock. Yes, they did lock. So the base of the thing locks. But I should add the lanterns to the turbines group. Tower top lantern. Right, tower turbines is the turbines plus the lanterns. There's the lanterns and the... So we turn them on, we turn them off. We send it up. They turn on. And that works. Okay, cool. But we need to get that going. And of course, our fruit and grains take a long time. All right. Well, all of this was added here. So, like, I have no idea if I should find a way to landing gear lock the platform or not. I actually like my, whoops, wrong one, less red. I like my lights a little cooler. Ice. The thing I was just talking about wanting. Wonder if I can plant. And so I wonder if I should just build a quick plunge drill and get a bunch of ice. I don't need hydro for hydro. But I could use more ice than I would hand drill. So either I plant the cargo box right on top of it and then I go down the hole and up the hole and down the hole and up the hole. Or yeah, it adds plant detection to your ore detectors and works with my extended range ore detector, although it doesn't take that extended range. My ore detector's enhanced. Right, so what I could do is just... Did I set my parking brake? Yes, okay. What I could do is just come out the back here. Right here, in fact. gotten me, I don't remember. Stick with me, I'm not going to be on that much longer, and I will go look before I get out of the game. Okay, do we want go up 2? Probably. I'm just going to grab ice once and for all. Okay, I needed to go up more than 2 then, huh? Is that even gonna get the ice? 30? I don't think. I need to go up at least one more. Do it the other way. Fine. Better anyway. Gotta go out 2 on that one. Oh, except that doesn't work without actually adding. Right, the whole point of this is because you can weld this guy up. And you can fit a couple of extra things on.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
And that one doesn't get it. Alright, so we got to avoid taking the stone. I didn't weld up that final one, I don't think. Yeah. You let your plants sit unharvested, they suck water up, staying alive. So you're best off harvesting as quickly as possible, or they'll eventually die. Alright. I got one. Okay, that's lip pistons. Those are the only pistons I have, so I have 4 pistons here. Except that these 3 are down, and this one is right. So we want these guys to be at like 0.01 or 2 moment. Turn the drill on and pull forward until we're over the ice. We really are just trying to grab ice here, so I guess it doesn't really matter. I think there's ice underneath all of this. So we're going to go terrain clearing, and we're going to push, you know what, we're going to put this why is there... go until we see ice. And then we quickly hit the 3. Hopefully this is far enough. It's not ice, is it? Don't be ice. Don't be ice, man. We're gonna go at this a different way. Just very slightly make it a little faster. So these plus our cockpit. And then find our piston again. Drill piston up, right? Add that to the group. That also is up down but inverted. And then the cockpit gets auto control. What the heck was that? That was an explosion. Something tried to spawn in and blew up. Alright. We're gonna go put up. Oh. Alright. Then we're gonna go put a camera on this thing. Oh, okay. That makes sense. We're lucky I have enough on here. There we go. So now we're allowed to collect incidental stone. But only a little bit. Okay, the icebox is actually getting a bunch of ice. Which is what we wanted to see. We are getting a bunch of stone, but bit of a right, we don't need that anymore. Maybe just pull forward a little bit. Well, I just ruined that one. Huh. Super thin. That'll be enough. Alright, that's probably enough ice. And I probably don't even need the Alright, so the icebox is not full. Huh. But I got 27 in there, and we got about half full in the ice box. That's plenty. That's plenty for now. We can go cut that drill off and feel like we got some ice.
Inventory full.
We go look at that and say, yeah, that's a pretty thin layer of ice right there.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Oh, I wonder where that steel plate went. Is it down in the hole? No? Guess I picked it up. After I go through all that, I'll probably roll up on an ice lake. Real quick like. And yet I'm still seeing signals. Even though I turned them all off. Huh. I feel like I should probably have something in place for although it doesn't seem to be shaking too much. So maybe it's actually okay. Probably get a second rover on here. And we've only made -6 kilometers progress towards that station. we go. Iceland Tire Thieves. Oh, I'm rolling back. I think we make a burrito. I wonder if I should have gone around this thing that way. Yep. Safe scum. I gotta do something about that box. It's obviously in a bad spot. But since I'm out here, let's go look at that mod for Michael. Food radar is what it's called, Michael. Yeah, that box is not good. I need to do something about that. That'll just lower it even further. What we need is like I mean, that might help, but what I think that's just going to do is transfer the shock and blow it anyway. What I need is some way to protect it better. Some way that's not going to transfer the shock. That's what I would like to have. I'd like to have like a half we go what if we did something along the lines of like this, and then through that wouldn't necessarily send the shock down, right? Oh wait, there is that middle one, right? There's a centered plate. Yes. So then we come down again from there. That creates a cage. The air gap should prevent shock transfer. Side effect. The problem is that I can't get it, I won't be able to get it to lock. It's the box that's hitting, but I can't just put blocks on it or the shock transfer will break it as surely as anything else. So hopefully this doesn't break it. I'm pretty sure it was the box hitting. Yeah. The box not hitting. But yes, you're right, the landing gear does hit as well. However, you can't put the landing gear on a pole. So what did we break that's... Okay, yeah, see, we're taking... Oops, wrong direction. Okay, the container still took a ton of damage.
Inventory
Right.
full.
And we can't get at our stuff, so I'm going to actually reload again. Box just needs to be higher, which is not really a feasible thing to make happen. So box is 421,000. No, it's still broken. Alright. How much inventory? 15. So a large box is equivalent to 28 small boxes. Alright, did we lose? We took damage to the H2O2 generator, the reactors. We didn't take any damage to that stuff, so that's good. Right, so I could sacrifice some cargo carry.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
And hopefully nothing is stuck to this thing. So if I dump this thing, we get
Inventory
a box.
full.
Oink. And look, we broke that. We broke all that. So if I sacrifice a bit of
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Alright, so can we just fill this up with why we have nickel. Okay, we can't fit nickel. There we go. Tubes? No tubes. Okay, well we can fix that later. We got anything else that's forked? Not that I'm aware of, except this junk. Alright. Except that cannot be a box. Alright, why do you keep grabbing the mag? That's ridiculous. Okay, make me 100. No, 100. This is a bit ridiculous, honestly. Okay, I see the issue.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
VGU connector. That's gonna be. It's gonna be this connector. displays. Do you have any displays? No. We need to get that hooked up to there, basically. Okay, but we're full again. The actual problem. Of you. I need that interior plate. Right. I haven't even come near filling that thing, so there's no reason for me to have to make sure I don't fill that in. That's not allowed to be on the same grid. Although I think I just put a whole bunch of farm... No, the farm stuff is not on the same grid. Good. We're making progress.
once we get that guy made, and this guy made, then we're solid. Alright, now we can actually make everything we wanted to make. And we can pick all this stuff up.
Energy low. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
The transference damage is crazy. Alright, why are you yellow? Because of a conveyor junction there. Yes, did I damage the irrigation? No? Okay, well. This is all very, very bizarre, but maybe we're nearing the end of it.
I suspect I'm going to lose that speed module at some point. For the meantime, not having all my eggs in one basket is a really good thing. As long as that's not the irrigation. Gotta make sure that's not the irrigation. Okay, no. Yep, I'd rather have them all in a whole bunch of cargo containers than keep losing my box every time I bottom out. Right, so the thing we're going to lose next time we hit bottom is the speed module in the assembler. So I guess we're just going a little slower.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
may just have to come out and slap,
Your health is
ouch.
critical.
That wasn't good. I just have to come out and slap a landing gear down when I want to lock down. And cut it off when I'm done. Okay, so with that installed, nope, I wanted to add one more block. Guys, they're aiming. I don't think it matters with the defense controller. I think we go for power systems, although those are often. I think we go for weapons. Weapons have to be exposed. Where do we put it? Right there, maybe. Little guy's not going to do much. But I feel like this assault cannon might solve some problems.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
Okay, well, we lost a whole bunch of stuff. But those guys acted like... Those guys acted like, turbines acted like decoys.
Inventory full.
Where are you? You can't be attached.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Now I just gotta shut you down.
Inventory full. 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 Inventory full.
Alright, that was interesting. Well, why can't I steer now? Bits falling off everywhere. Alright, time to assess the damage. I guess there's still one guy out there rolling around, being weird. I think they mostly attacked my power though. So I think like... What am I even in? It must be in cockpit left.
Inventory full.
So the turbines acted like decoys is what I was trying to say. They did knock the wheels off this rover, but that's like most of that damage. We apparently lost a little bit of connection here. So let's see, most of... Yeah, so they did me for what? A block here? What were they trying to shoot? Doors? What? A little bit flabbergasted because I'm not sure what they were actually trying to shoot here. It's going for my power, yeah, for the turbines, what it thought was my power. Which is great, because that's like perfect decoy. I'll put those back on there. Open, close. Right. So... they did eventually get that. But that was worth its weight in gold. There we did get that one. They never went after my... Never really went after my guns. I mean, my top gun they did. Yeah. All these anglies are really helpful, I do have to say. I'm glad I'm on the angle tip. Right. It's too bad about those guys, but that's fine. Like I said, it's a way better target than actually some other stuff that they could have hit. Unable to place light armor block. Why? I guess I have to wait for that to go away. Alright, yeah. And we own this thing. And we can own this thing pretty easily. Except that now I have to repair a whole bunch of stuff because I just crashed. Yeah, I do have 2 reactors. But they're up underneath. I haven't actually checked that out, but I just crashed. So who knows? I guess we'll see where we're at. We should have been at least past the capture. Right. I think it's just back to capturing these. Although it's interesting that there's like AI blocks underground. Find something to get a console on. Still need something to get a console on. Maybe this. Alright. And then down underground here there's more blocks. And there's that one guy who's still driving around out here somewhere, who we may find or may not find. But they were shooting, if they were shooting at my reactors, they would have been here. And they would have been trying to go through this. So they went for, I think the last thing they did was go for the turbines, and then they didn't have any answers after that. But now I can put this stuff back to rights. Although for some reason it's not. Like maybe I keep this one. I'm curious how this thing even works.
Fuel low. Fuel critical. Energy low.
Yeah, the batteries are up inside, up high. Like there's one, there's a couple here. Might be one up in there somewhere. But yeah, I'd say we did pretty well. We did lose a couple blocks right here for some reason. That was, okay. That was me falling off the thing. I don't even know if I need the turbines at this point. I've got the plate was a good idea. The plating on those conveyors. Yeah.
Energy
Not
critical.
bad. This is really supposed to just be a cargo hauler. So it's fine that Roheim, if you're not the one that was if you're the disarmed one, you're about to really be sad. Or no, if you're not the disarmed one, you're about to be really sad. Right, like that. What's there's mods that break the food? I know there's mods that... Where'd it go? Yeah, you kind of lost some stuff here.
Inventory full.
What mods break the food? Alright, so this one seems nice, but I think this is probably a better one. This thing is not thing would take a lot to get back to working and isn't really any better than what I've got. So I think this one gets scrapped down. Although this bit is interesting, I'd be interested to know how that worked. Looks like it just picks the whole bit up, but then this is not part of the deployable stuff. Oh, looky here, Walter. An avocado. Well, there's no point in letting that waste a whole bunch of... Someday someone will recognize the avocado, and we will have a moment.
Inventory full.
What are you shooting? Doggos, probably?
Inventory full. Inventory full.
That's because they completely redo the HUD. They don't rely on the main HUD code. As opposed to this HUD that I'm using, which just takes the actual real HUD code and colorizes it. Must have food. Okay, I gotta go up there if I want food. Okay, I have 6 seeds, so I'll make a burrito. This is going to be a pretty serious scrapping project.
Inventory full.
None of these are damaged. Okay, cool. But they don't need to be powered up either. What we got here? What is this? Oh, nice. Yep. Alright, well, I can't spend any more time on this tonight. So next time will be a bunch more looting. I'll probably dig down and kill off all of those AI controllers. We'll think about changing some of these blocks up to heavy. One thing I miss about Empyrean Galactic Survival is that if you have a block like this, you could actually just upgrade it to a more fully armored block. But that was fun. The Rover Wasteland Tire Thieves dudes are definitely
Inventory full.
fun. Definitely fun playmates. I think I probably want more armament as well. Maybe a couple of autocannon PMWs. Like up front here or something. I could run these out as reinforced. Reinforced conveyors
Energy
instead of arms.
low.
And just put autocannon batteries on the front here instead of the turbines. But that is it for tonight. Thanks for watching. I hope you guys liked it. I'll catch you next time.